and encourage conversations. So thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, and I'm sorry we're a little bit over. We hadn't scheduled Q&A, but I think always it's interesting to have questions and engagement if opportunity comes. So our next speaker, of course, really again needs very little introduction for anyone in the world of human rights and activism, but I'm going to introduce you anyway because we have an international audience. So Zaki Ahmad. Zaki has a very, very rich history in activism, which is why we invited him today and thinking through what human rights means, and also obviously within a university space. So Zaki conducted open and underground political work as a socialist in the ANC. And then since 1994, he helped found and lead different movements with political education, strategy, research, writing, mobilizing, organizing, and litigation. And there are a number of these movements, including the Treatment Action Campaign, Equal Education, Social Justice Coalition, Reclaim the City, I could go on, but most recently also Unite Behind. And indeed, he is currently the director of Unite Behind. So together with his colleagues, he has a passion for campaigning to fix the state and with a focus on corruption and mismanagement. And of interest is also that Zaki has also recently decided to stand for national parliament as an independent candidate, which is a very brave move and quite groundbreaking, actually, because independent candidates are a new feature of our electoral system. So Zaki, we really appreciate your time today, and we look forward to learning from you and your vast experience. Thank you.
My driver wasn't Brian. He was Andries. And he was early. And I was late. So my apologies. Fiona, thanks very much for having me here. It means a lot because I studied at UWC for a year. I got an honors degree. I hadn't finished high school. And so I was the first person to be admitted on recognition of prior learning. And I did an honors degree, and they gave me a BA Parcella. For those of you who don't know what Parcella is, please look it up on Wikipedia or somewhere that you look it up. So where do I want to start? I want to start with the fact that we live in very, very painful times. And those painful times starts with our economies. And the most important thing about the economy now is that, especially since 2008, inequality has deepened everywhere in the world. The financial crisis, and then barely 10 years, just 12 years later, we had COVID. Between 2009 and COVID, real incomes dropped. Then comes COVID, and we have an economic catastrophe for working class people, for rural people who are poor in rural areas, and middle class people. If we look further, the war against the people of Ukraine by an imperialist Russia, and I hope they're defenders of Russia, we can have a good discussion sometime, but not today. The war against the people of Ukraine, and I'm not talking about the regime, the Ukrainian regime. It's very important to know that that had a significant impact on the cost of living, the insecurity, because for the first time, the world was brought closer to the possibility of nuclear war. And most of you won't remember, I think 90% of people here won't remember, but in the 60s, even in the 50s, 60s and 70s, there was a global movement against war and against nuclear power. Students were at the forefront, women were at the forefront, socialists, liberals, communists, Everyone participated in it. And then, of course, the critical question of energy, which brings us our prices. Every price went up. In our own country, this crisis was made 1,000 times worse by state capture, by the fact that our electricity doesn't work. Transnet, logistics, food can't get out the country, can't come into the country, can't go out of the country. Minerals that are sold can't get out of the country. And then on top of that, you have the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, which is virtually no commuter rail system because of state capture. On top of that, you have the collapse of water, sanitation in working class communities everywhere in the country. Sadly, well, good for the people of the Western Cape that it's not happening here, but sadly for the rest of the country. Most of us who are ANC members feel ashamed to admit, very ashamed to admit, that the DA is maintaining inequality and in economic ways. There's a slight reduction because unemployment is increasing. But across the country, in municipalities and everywhere, the ANC has deepened inequality. It has deepened inequality. It's something that I would never have imagined in my lifetime. Then, and I came back home, and I really shouldn't have, because I'm an internationalist. People have spoken this morning about authoritarian regimes. But let's start in the United States, which is not a democracy. It's the last bastion of white supremacy in the world. Why am I saying this? Because a state like Wyoming, which is smaller than Mitchell's Plain and Khayelitsha combined, with its 2 senators, can block California with 36 million people and appoint right-wing judges and appoint and allow laws to pass which harm everyone. Then you have the world's largest democracy, India, where the horror that is being imposed on Muslim people and Christians, but particularly Muslim people, students in the universities being killed, women being stripped naked, beaten because they're Muslim or they're Christian. If you eat beef, you get killed. You can get killed. Most importantly is the fact that the democratic space, which we talk about, has shrunk significantly in most of India because of the rise of authoritarianism, the use of WhatsApp to spread hate. And so we find ourselves in a situation where in the United States, they ban drag queens. They ban books. They ban critical studies. Hungary, Russia, Ukraine before the war too, let's not forget. But across Europe, the shutting down of democratic space, the rise of the extreme right in government. Universities operate in this environment. Now, my comrades on the left, I just want to raise 3 other things that we face as progressive people in the world today. The first is gender oppression and exploitation. Now, let's face it, women today have greater independence and freedom and equality than women ever had before. But the deepening of violence the continued precarious employment, the wars that are visited where women carry the burden, the climate catastrophe where women carry the burden. These are all things that we need to face. Of course, I'm queer, I'm a morphe, I'm not politically correct about any of these terms that I use. So if you want to cancel me, do go ahead. Right? On our continent, we have a genocidal impulse towards queer people. And that is for this reason. Authoritarian regimes want to hang on to their power. People operating under traditionalism claim that tradition gives them the power to murder, to maim. And let's be clear about it. Yes, we had democracy in a certain sense in pre-colonial times. But that democracy, like in Greece, like everywhere there was democracy, was for old men. Gerontocracy. That is the word the concept that Max Weber introduced. A patriarchal gerontocracy. And that was in Europe. We didn't have democracy, and here we didn't have democracy for women, for slaves, and for young men. And today still, former enslaved people continues to struggle. Women continue to struggle. And young men who don't form part of our political and economic discourse remain excluded across the world in many different ways. And we need to speak about that. If we had time, I would have gone into it a little bit more. The other people that we need to worry about are the faith abusers, the people who abuse faith. Now, I'm an atheist, but I believe the principle I've lived by is that all people are created free and equal in dignity and in rights. Free and equal in dignity and in rights. And that we should act towards one another in a spirit that has conscience and empathy, that has solidarity. They called it in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, they call it brotherhood. I prefer to call it solidarity. That's the spirit we need to have. Now, what does this have to do with universities and the democratic space in universities? Everything. University of Makerere, people who are there can speak to us about how that university has been destroyed socially, economically, and politically to many extents. There are great academics there, and there's students who want to learn. But photocopying is difficult. Access to international journals is difficult. The costs of university, these are all questions that lead to the closing down of democratic space. I'll give you an idea. Universities were critical in South Africa for underground work. So, for instance, University of Cape Town, I wasn't there, but I had many, many comrades who were there. They would print leaflets for us. They would print leaflets for us so that we could establish freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and a free media within the context of oppression. Within the context of oppression. White old ladies, like my first boyfriend's mom, would find places that we could store our literature to create another zone of freedom. It was a zone of oppression, but it was ironically also We were expanding democracy in that because we were making sure people were getting access to journals, to banned books, and so on. Universities were critical to allowing us to access banned books. We should encourage the United States, the universities there, to have all the banned books there and distributed from there. By the way, librarians are absolutely critical in any revolution or any change or any struggle. In the treatment action campaign days, the librarians helped us with every bit of medical articles in public health, the economics of HIV and the economics of pharmacology and the pharmaceutical industry. I don't want to rave too much, but the most critical intellectual work that university students can do and must do is to follow movements. And sadly, the labor movement, which was supported by students in the past, has crashed almost across the world. But the labor movement that was repressed under apartheid, students helped rebuild it. University students helped rebuild it. So university students have a critical role in assisting precarious workers, whether they're in India, whether they're the woman who works 3 jobs in Britain, or whether they're the taxi driver in South Africa who's beaten by the taxi boss, who doesn't have overtime, doesn't get paid sick leave, doesn't get paid holidays. No work, no pay applies to the taxi drivers all the time, to the young men who clean it. So the single largest employer of men in our country, men aged between the age of 14 and 45. So universities, students, the methods of establishing the right to resist, to revolt, and to rebel, that's critical. But start with following movements and supporting movements. The assumption that if you reach a university, you are way smarter than anyone else is something that needs to be crushed. That assumption needs to be crushed. I don't like using violent words, but I can't think of a better word to describe it. Let me just give you an idea. In the treatment action campaign, we welcome students from across the world to come and do intern because we were part of an international movement. We couldn't have defeated the drug companies if we weren't internationalists, if we weren't part of an international movement. And this is what happened. So one day we're meeting in Khayelitsha, we're sitting, Meli Dube is here, he's a comrade of mine. He can tell you about stuff like this that I do regularly. So we're sitting around the table and a white American student, male, walks in, sits down, opens his computer and starts working. The majority of the people in the room didn't have mobile phones at that time. So I said to him, excuse me, who are you? He said, I'm so-and-so, I'm not going to mention the name because I said, well, first of all, close your computer, go out the door, knock on it, come back inside, greet, and sit down and shut up. Right? Now, that young man became one of the greatest activists. Now, I was particularly harsh, but the harshness was to show people without power in relation to him that when you open a computer in a community meeting, you immediately establish the distance between yourself and the community. You establish power and authority, but you don't have the knowledge to do that. It's different when you come into a meeting where people expect you to have a computer with you. Totally different. If I'd walked into the room after many years of activism with people and opened a computer, people will know that I'm going to use it for the meeting, not for my notes, my personal notes. Only I take my book with everywhere to write notes. So having said that, it's a combination of humility and learning to follow and support. But students also have an incredible leadership role in relation to youth, and in relation to the broader community. So don't get me wrong. I was a high school learner, and I want to say something about rebelling against authority. Where does rebellion start? Anyone wants to venture an answer to that question? I'm going to ask this gentleman here. Where does rebellion start? Yes. Okay. Anyone else who wants to think about it before? The first moment of resistance. Sorry, you first. Yes. Yes. And what did you do? Yes. But I'm sure you did it before. When the biggest authority figure in the house, it can be grandma, it can be aunt, it can be mum, it can be your dad. And you say to them, no, I'm not going to scrub the floor today. No, I'm not going to fetch that water. That's the first moment of rebellion. And young people, if we don't, at 61, young people have a special role in leading us. But when we think of young people, we only think university young people. We're the university students who have a core, a group, I hate using military things, brigade, that go out to assist other young people to establish gyms in community, to assist young people in communities to study further. It is good to bring the Statue of Rhodes down, but the intellectual dispossession of working class children across the world, the intellectual dispossession of working class children across the world, and in particular, kids who come from formerly enslaved communities, colonial communities oppressed by colonialism, communities that come out of the enclosure movements in Britain and so on, and in Europe, the former serfs of Ukraine, of Russia, of Poland, India. Those children are intellectually dispossessed. And university is one of the greatest privileges that is bestowed upon us. And if we don't recognize that privilege in that way, we cannot be regarded as leaders. We cannot be regarded as leaders. If a university student does not go out and support a youth movement or a soccer club or a drama club or an occupation, where Bevel is from Reclaim the City, they are not leaders. Then the symbolism of bringing roads down is a commodification of our oppression. It's a commodification of our oppression. So I want to leave you with a few techniques that we're going to have to look at the moment. You know, internationalism. South Africans love talking about how wonderful we are. We are an imperialist power in Africa. Mustn't forget that. We are an imperialist power in Africa. Nigeria is becoming one. Kenya tries to become one, maybe it will. In the Maghreb, it's Morocco. Now, what is critical for us is we do not recognize that all people are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. Because we do want to murder every person who is Black and not from our country. That's the genocidal impulse that our politicians, our state, and increasingly our people have towards immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers, displaced people. That is one of the problems globally. And universities have to find a way of expanding the knowledge. How many of us who are activists, progressive activists, have taken someone from Zimbabwe to a community and say, please explain what's happening in Zimbabwe? How many of us have taken a person from Mozambique and say, our country supported the destruction of your country in two ways: by taking your men to our mines, where they built our wealth, where they built South Africa's wealth, workers from Zimbabwe, from Malawi, from Lesotho, from Zambia even, where they built our wealth. And secondly, I've forgotten my second point. I'm getting old, you have to forgive me. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. The second question that I wanted to raise is that we do not know what's happening on our continent. I'm talking about South Africans now. We don't know a thing about our continent. We don't know about the uprisings in the Sudan. We do not know about Darfur. We don't know about my friend Alaa Abdel Fattah, who was a supporter of Treatment Action Campaign, who is a blogger and writer, who is at the moment in an Egyptian prison where he has been since 2013. And why? Because he was comes from a human rights family in that country, bar none. He, on his Facebook, shared a post from a journalist that had exposed a death in detention. The Egyptian state hates his mind because he's a brilliant thinker. A brilliant thinker. Where is the South African voice? Where is the South African voice that says, these are our prisoners of conscience across the continent? This is a woman who resisted Shell. This is a young man who was driven to ISIS and his family is being punished for it. We don't know that. And central to that knowledge production, student movements, academics, and people at universities. We have to now redevelop the techniques of underground work. So much for democratic space, especially because of global surveillance, electronic surveillance, ICT, and so on. We're going to have to speak to people about how you learn to memorize phone numbers, not have it in your phone. We're going to have to learn that instead of using that brilliant email, without which we can't survive, to just give a signal that there will be a drop-off of a letter that has been typed on a typing machine somewhere. I don't think anyone here knows what a typing machine is. We have to get letter set again to make posters. If you don't know what letter set is, sorry, look it up on Wikipedia. But we have to develop those techniques of safe houses. Safe houses. We know this. There's been safe houses for the students, the FISMAS 4 students and so on. We know about that. But we have to make it part of our curriculum in a good way and an easy way for people to understand. There was a woman called Nadezhda Mandelstam. I'm a former Trotskyist, so you can see I know a lot about Russia. Nadezhda Mandelstam, her husband Osip was shot dead because he wrote a poem against Stalin. She was put into Siberian camps where she memorized every one of her husband's poems. And that is the way his writing survived. That is the way his writing survived. Libraries can be burnt down. We have to remember what we have read. We have to remember what we've read. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Very important today is the anniversary of my family. And we start.
Wow, that's been quite a morning to open up our symposium. Thank you very much, Zaki. I hope we've got that recorded because I'd like to share with all of our students. So thank you to all of our speakers today that have come and given of their time and their interest and helped us to set the tone for the rest of our 3 days together. We will hopefully have opportunities to engage with those who spoke this morning over tea. We've got a tea break now. Refresh ourselves, and then we'll come back in about, I'd say, 20 minutes. So we recapture a bit of our lost time. Yeah, and then when we come back, I'll also talk to you. We'll sort out Wi-Fi and any other issues anyone has. Just let us know when we're having tea as well. But thank you very much for a wonderful opening session. Thank you.
For the session that we're about to have, please join us in front. And just before the session starts, I give over to the chair of the session. I've got two things to share with you guys, a balance. I'm a bearer of good and bad news. The good news is that the Wi-Fi is live, and you started the good news so you can like me. So the name of the Wi-Fi, I think we'll try to project it on the screen now. We're getting help from the ladies at the back. But the name of the Wi-Fi is SOPH. And the password is capital S, small o, PH at 123. But that information will be projected on the screen right now. And then the bad news. Could we please not bring any food into the venue other than bottled water? That's basically just the policy of this venue. Don't shoot the messenger. Thank you so much. Okay, over to you, Mal. Okay, it's S, capital S, small o, PH at 123. It's not working. Oh, there's a dot at the end. I thought that's the end of the sentence. I thought it's period. Try the period at the end. Does it work? It's S, it's capital S, small o, capital P. Oh, there you go. Can someone make my day and say it's working? Oh, thank you, guys.
Good morning, everyone. It's amazing, isn't it, already, this symposium? I'm so excited to be here and honored that I was invited to attend and to chair this first panel that we have. My name is Felisa Tibbetts, and I'm also a UNESCO chair in human rights and higher education. And I've known Paul Grady just a few years, but was delighted when he got his new chair position, and he's come out of the gate running in setting up this new network for universities as sites of protection. And this first panel today is going to be getting us sort of more into the concepts around the sort of the rationale for this symposium and for the network as a whole. So I'm affiliated with Utrecht University in the Netherlands. And I want to just talk a little bit before I turn over the microphone to our first speaker about what we'll be doing in this panel. So as the program shows, this is a focus on the concept of protection. So I understand that many of us here in this room are students or faculty members, others are civil society workers, activists, and we may have some fruitful thinking and conversations in the next days, based in part around our dissecting what protection means, which is what the different panelists today will address. What do we mean when we're thinking about protection exactly? There may not be a consensus actually amongst the panel, and that's probably a good thing because we want to open this up. So what do we mean when we say protection, and what does that look like potentially in a university setting? Now, this is the very simple agenda for this panel that we're going to be having right now. The way that the panel will work, it's very simple. Each of the panelists will have around 15 minutes. Does that sound right? 15 minutes or so, give or take. to present their ideas on what protection is, what it looks like at a university potentially. We have on the panel 2 activists, we have 2 academics. So a very nice balance, I think, in terms of positionality in Africa. After each of the presentations, we'll have some Q&A. So I would just ask you to keep your questions until the end, but write them down if you think you might forget them, because I'm sure you're going to have a lot of things you want to be asking or commenting on after they've presented. So I'm going to now just very briefly, literally just say the names and titles of the panelists. I'd like each of you to, if you would like to, I invite you to say a little bit more about yourself when you make your presentation, if you would like to. So that's up to you. And we're going to go in the order in the program. So the first speaker, for example, Zahara Nempewo of Makerere University. She is the Dean of the Faculty of Law based in Uganda. This was a university mentioned earlier today. Welcome, Zahara. It's a pleasure to meet you. Fiona Anciano. You've already seen her, and perhaps you've already met her as well. She's based here at the University of the Western Cape, as in coordinating the Politics and Urban Governance Research Group. Then we have Arnold Tsunga of the Civic Space Network in Africa. Welcome. It's lovely to see you here and to meet you. And finally, we have Tiseka Kasambala, the director of the Africa programs for Freedom House. Yes, I can't see you, but yes, there I see you now. So let's welcome our panelists, encourage them, and we'll come back later with Q&A. Slides.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that, Tumi. Good morning. Thank you very much, UWC and all the organizers. It's a pleasure for me to be here, my first time at UWC. So my name, once again, is Zahara Nempewo. Correction, I'm not the dean. I'm the deputy principal at the School of Law, Makerere University. The School of Law is not a faculty. We have evolved into a college, but we still retain the name School of Law, like many other schools across the world. Before November last year, I was the director for the Human Rights and Peace Center. The Human Rights and Peace Center is a department, semi-autonomous unit of the School of Law at Makerere University. And I headed that institution from 2014 to 2022. And that is how I came into contact with Paul Grady, doing work on universities as sites of protection. So I'll use Makerere University, and in particular the School of Law, to zoom in for today's discussion, focusing on universities as sites of protection. And the title that I have chosen to give my presentation is Universities as Sites of Protection, Protector or Protectee. A little bit about Makerere, for those who may not know. We are 100 years old, established in 1922. We turned 100 years last year. The School of Law is only 55 years. before the breakdown of the East African community, the first version of it, the School of Law was based in the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Uganda had the School of Medicine. So it was not until 1968, when the old East African community broke down, that we established our own School of Law. Within the School of Law, we have several academic centers, what I call quasi-NGOs. And this is where we base our human rights protection work, which I would otherwise be very difficult to do in a mainstream academic unit. And it is through these centers that we undertake collaborations or do work institutionally within the university and outside the university on human rights protection work. So I will give examples of what I mean by protection within the university by focusing on the work of those three centers, the Public Interest Law Clinic, the Human Rights and Peace Center, and the Refugee Law Project. All these are centers of the School of Law, that undertake teaching, research, and advocacy on issues of human rights, and which I believe build onto an environment of protection within the university. So how do I understand protection within the university? First is by interrogating the concept of scholar activism. Through these three centers, the School of Law or Mackay University implements multi-country teaching, research, and advocacy programs on human rights, peace, issues of governance. And in other words, it plays a facilitator role on issues of human rights, and in a way enables a safe space for human rights defenders to engage on issues of human rights. Now, Mackay University, as has been mentioned here, has a long history of being a social activist, instigating activism, disrupting oppressive societies, such as, for example, the colonial societies, the colonial struggles, and generally setting the agenda through critical debate, highlighting injustices and inequalities, and being at the heart of protest and social movements. In fact, the government of the day, which has been in power for the last 37 years, knows very well the power at the university. And the first thing that is done when there's a protest in town or any kind of disruption or unrest is to close the gates of the university, closing the main gates and all the gates to disable the students from moving into the city, because that power and energy could very easily turn things around. And in fact, because of the central role that Mackay University has played, in protection and struggles, there was a place that was, symbolic for the power of the students and the academia in struggles in the country. And that we see through the Freedom Square, what we call the Freedom Square. This is a free space on the main campus, which is a symbol of academic involvement in human rights struggles, not just within the university, but also the country at large. At Mackay University, where many of the political activists were based in the struggles that led to the liberation of the country, starting with the colonial days and throughout political struggles. So freedom fighters and all other kinds of struggle leaders have connected with the university as a space that availed free thought. But you'll also see in one of the photos on the right that now the Freedom Square has been fenced off. There was a real debate about the symbolism of the Freedom Square, but now, because of the evolving struggles, it has been fenced off, and it is no longer that free space where people go to talk and debate. Other than scholar activism, we have also engaged in training at the School of Law. Other than through the academic teaching and education, we undertake training on key human rights issues. For example, we have hosted the East African School on HIV/AIDS, the East African School on access to medicines, which are all important in terms of the interconnectivity of human rights issues, the right to health, the right to life. And these trainings are incubators of ideas on how to expand the knowledge of human rights within various audiences, both within the university and outside the university, and in a way to influence government policy and practice for human rights protection. We have also engaged in research, some research that is difficult, fairly difficult for other actors to touch. For example, we did a comprehensive documentation of civil political rights violations in Uganda's election, where we analyzed, how Uganda's electoral democracy was marred, especially by just recently, we have completed a study on transparency and of COVID resources in Uganda. I'm sure in other places, just as in Uganda, there was a lot of COVID funds and lack of transparency on use of these resources. And we focused a lot on the role of the parliament in playing an oversight role. So the university is that place where we hold these difficult conversations which enable a facilitative environment for people to speak out. And we believe that this is important for protection. Another example of a research that we have undertaken recently is a multi-year project analysis on security, peace, and development, which has generated a unique and previously unseen level of empirical knowledge about the manifestations, the growing manifestations of militarization in Uganda. And this project provides a strong basis for an action-oriented approach to respond to the growing militarization in the country. We have also used the research as a basis for activism. We present yearly reports to the Parliament of Uganda on the state of human rights in the country. Just this year, when the Anti-Homosexuality Act was passed again, a second time, the only public debate that was had in the whole country on the implications, the constitutional and human rights implications of this bill was at the School of Law at Makerere University. And everybody kept, criticizing us for touching all the things, all those subjects that nobody else dared to touch. Currently, we have a case before the Constitutional Court, that is Constitutional Petition number 10 of 2020, and I am a party against the Attorney General. It was too risky for the School of Law, which is not a legal person, or the university, which could have been, but required the Attorney General's permission to be a party to the case. So I put my name on the line as director for the Human Rights and Peace Center. It's a fairly straightforward case, we hope, because it challenges sections of the land law in Uganda for being discriminatory against tenants by occupancy. And we are awaiting judgment. It has taken a really long time, but we hope that perhaps before the end of this year, you imagine we lodged it in 2020. Other than scholar activism, we also ensure protection as a collaborator. We forge collaborations with external activist groups, and this enables us to take our research beyond our boundaries. For example, you can see in that photo, we've done a symposium on unlawful detentions in Uganda with the Human Rights Watch. We've worked with Amnesty International. We've done university-based partnerships, such as the current collaboration through the Center for Applied Human Rights of the University of York. Protection also involves social justice and social responsibility. Our refugee law project, for example, which I mentioned earlier, provides legal aid to refugees and asylum seekers. It provides language support. Many of these people come in and they can't speak the local languages. They are non-English speakers. Many are coming from Sudan, South Sudan, Burundi, so they need support in terms of language training, asylum support, and the like. So the university has not only been a place where ideas are bred, but it is also a place where we support persons in need. And we also use clinical methods of teaching as part of this community outreach. We use our students, so we ensure student participation in the key issues that we are working on, and mostly we focus on the low socioeconomic localities around the university. Some people call them slums. So through this community engagement, students are able to advance the community's understanding of multifaceted issues, such as, for example, sexual and gender-based violence, or even land conflicts. And we believe that by engaging our students in these issues is building a population, building a citizenry that is socially aware of issues that are important in their community. And not only does this work more towards an equitable, respectful, and just society, because of course it frames the issues that are affecting people, the community, in languages in which the local communities are familiar with. We break down the language from the the technical to the simple community language, simple to understand, which also brings the university closer to the community and demystifying the concept of the ivory tower, and removing that phobia around the university. In fact, this idea is highlighted in the UNESCO working paper, which I'm sure you have a copy of, as engaged education, which emphasizes the role of universities in enhancing personal and social responsibility. We also protect through prevention. I think it's important not only to be reactive, but also proactive. The School of Law has been at the helm of supporting the university in drafting the anti-sexual harassment policy, which then the university adopted. And there are mechanisms now to build capacity around that and respond to cases of SGBV. But the university also provides for the Gender Mainstreaming Directorate, which conducts capacity building and mainstreaming of gender and rights issues, and the School of Law supports in this mechanism. How is the university able to do all this, to play this protection role? One, as I mentioned earlier, are these university-based centers. These are sort of flexible units within the universities that they are not NGOs per se, but they are not mainstream university. So they are more flexible and free to pursue things that are not, straight university programs. And they're also not bound by the restrictive NGO laws, for example. We've seen a tendency within the narrowing civic space to weaponize the law, to use the law to restrict civic space. So, for example, the prohibitive reporting requirements on NGOs, those are things that don't affect the center, so they're able to do their work. But of course, as universities, these are spaces with access to knowledge and human resource through a pool of academic researchers and students. This is where you get a resource of young, students, inspired people who still have the energy to work on issues. But we also maximize the unique partnerships and the global networks. For example, the Human Rights Watch, Open Society Foundation, and all those other collaborations that we enjoy, which build onto our scope of a broad scope of a scholar. Not only the classroom scholar, a scholar beyond the classroom, but a scholar that can work in different spaces to advance the goal of human rights. As I finish, let me emphasize also that not all is rosy within the university. I've mentioned these different examples of protection. But as I titled my presentation, universities as sites of protection, protector or protectee, as much as the university has such potential to play a role in protection, it also faces challenges ranging from, for example, budget cuts and dwindling government resources. For your information, the World Bank has just withheld new funding for Uganda, and many others will follow because of our, position on the anti-homosexuality Act. And of course, then this pushes the university to rely more on private funding, the private students funding, rather than the public financing. And then, of course, this comes in with challenges, lack of resources that would have otherwise gone to work such as human rights protection work. There are also challenges such as the enhanced government scrutiny and the closing academic space. So whereas academia per se are not directly at risk, or for example, arrests, walking into the university and arresting professors for giving lectures on a particularly sensitive political issue, for example, or criminalization, as is the case with political opponents. Of course, the academia also face their own form of self-censorship. And I must say that the university is firmly in the hands of the political leadership, which is affecting the academic freedom and also the potential for protection. The Minister of Education right now of the country, the Minister of Education is the First Lady. So that should say something about how much space we really have within the university to do protection work. The chairperson of the appointments board, that is the board that appoints and promotes, in charge of promotions and appointments, is the first son, the husband to the oldest daughter of the president. So what does that say? If, for example, a human rights defender must visit Makerere University as a fellow or a postdoc researcher and requires an appointment through the appointments board, of course, they are going to do background checks, and you and I know what the answer to that is. So that poses risk, issues of risk and our potential to provide protection to activists. So in this state of events, can the university provide spaces, safe spaces for persons at risk, for activists, for human rights defenders, or even an open space where ideas are tested through honest debate? Can there be free and open space in the real sense of things? Or are we even at liberty to research on topics perceived as anti-government? For example, if I want to be promoted, as I do very badly, and 2 out of my 3 publications are on very seriously political human rights related subjects, are they going to be, passed? So, I mean, those are issues that we are dealing with quietly within the university. People balance and juggle and say, okay, let me see what I should write on and what I should keep quiet about. So if we are in that position as a university, how can we then promote or protect human rights in a peaceful manner? Is our space still available? One last picture for you to see where I say protector, protectee. If the university is struggling for its own survival, how can then we be sites of protection? On the left is the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University. He's now in his 6th year at the helm of the university. And that was a heading of one of the biggest dailies, 2,000 police to guard the university. 2,000 police officers. The question is, are they even police officers? Do we know if they're police or are they military? And you can see on the right, that was a student protest, and unfortunately the young man the tie was going to be a problem to him. He shouldn't have worn a tie, maybe. Yeah, but I mean, those are some of the pictures that we see during the student protest. So in other words, the government just comes in and closes the gates to prevent the students from engaging in the public protests. Protector, protectee, universities are sites of protection. There's a lot of potential, but not everything is clear-cut, no easy answers. And I hope that we shall use this symposium to talk more on how we can all work together to facilitate universities to offer strategic opportunities for protection. Thank you very much.
Hey, so that, yeah, very interesting. And I think what struck me just following on from Sahara is how context matters and how different these contexts can be. And sometimes we like to complain about South Africa a lot, and it really does have a lot of issues, but we also have a lot of space, to be honest. At UWC, you kind of have to, you don't have to, but you're certainly well supported if you want to publish and write about anything critical of government. That is not a space that is close to us. So it's interesting to hear, to follow you. But what I wanted to do today is to think a little bit conceptually about when we talk about protection and we talk about university spaces, how can we think about defining this? And how can we learn from the different disciplines and different schools of thought that have spoken about protection? So I'm going to show you this. No, I'm not showing you anything because it's not me and Paul and slides. Right. Okay. So I'm going to show you this complicated diagram, but actually it's not that complicated. I'm going to unpack it. So what we've done, and this is not just my research, I've worked with colleagues, Tumi here, who I'm sure many of you know, he's been the lifeblood behind this event, so Tumi as well. We've worked on thinking through how do we conceptualize protection, and I call this the protection cube, because we've drawn here from different schools of thought around protection. And I'm going to unpack these 3 different schools of thought and then try to look at how do they actually overlap to give us a slightly more holistic model. And in doing that, I'm also then going to relate to what this means in terms of gender-based violence at the University of the Western Cape and do a case study on that. So let's start with the one aspect of what protection can look like. And this continuum of protection comes from scholarship really coming out of political studies and international relations too, and to some extent. But in this sense, protection is often used as a term that is looking at the idea of protection as neoliberal governance, protection as then moving from neoliberal governance, where it's very much about, protection from harm and having relatively minimal intervention and a small state intervention role, to direct institutional protection, where you have institutions that actually do have some sort of innovation. They are trying to do something to protect. They're trying to have some sort of policy or framework. And then this way of thinking in political studies will move to the idea of protection as radical politics. And that's where I think many of us will sit and think about the kinds of work and research we do, where it's really about challenging the status quo. It's about saying the system is unjust. How do we reflect, adapt, change, and also work with values as well of the system? So this is a political science summary of thinking about protection. But protection is also about how we can look at it from a emergent practice spectrum. And this is when we think about, similar to what Sahara shared with us, what do we see when we're on a university campus and we actually try to understand how universities do protection? So this is not coming from a literature, this is coming very much from observed behavior. So firstly, we can see on a campus physical protection. You walk in, there are security guards. You live in a res, there will be some form of security there. There are physical spaces that are protected at a university. We can then think about universities as spaces that protect, and I'm talking here specifically in our own context at UWC, the idea of values, but across all universities. Universities should and do, and most have a sort of mantra that they subscribe to, what they believe in. You can go on their website and see the values they put forward. And often that's a form of protection. These are our social justice values, and this is what we subscribe to. Of course, the difference is as to whether we'll discuss whether they actually support and implement those values. And then a third aspect we often see at a university space in relation to protection is that of protecting knowledge. So how do we think about where knowledge comes from, whose knowledge is paramount, and how that knowledge is kept safe or put out into public domain? And this talks a lot to conversations around decolonization, decolonizing knowledge, protecting and supporting indigenous knowledge communities, for example. And then the third spectrum of our cube is that about thinking around the human rights framework. And here are human rights, and here I'm taking my hat to Paul, where I've had to learn a lot about human rights from him. The three areas that we see coming through is the framework which is around respecting human rights. And that's the idea that you don't interfere in someone's ability to live their life to their fullest. And that duty bearers, and in that sense, they would be, an institution like a university would be the duty bearer, that duty bearer has an obligation not to violate the rights or infringe on the enjoyment of a right. So a fairly limited definition as well of just respect. But then if we take that continuum forward and we think about protection, protecting in the human rights framework means more than just respecting. It means actually thinking about taking action to prevent the violation of rights. So again, this can mirror the idea of creating safe spaces, allowing for voices to be heard, to ensure that if you have asylum seekers on your campus, for example, that you ensure they're kept safe. Many ways in which a university can use its space to actually prevent rights violation. And then thirdly, in this human rights framework is the idea of fulfilling rights. So now again, we're pushing the spectrum more towards the radical end. Although in this framework, I wouldn't say it's that radical. Really, this is the idea of we will now think forward about fulfilling rights, protecting rights, promoting rights on a university, in this case, in university space. So if we draw from these different elements of how protection has been written about and conceptualized, I like to think about it. So I'm a political scientist, just bear with me. So I like to think about it from a political science perspective and the idea of what freedom means. And so for me, I can see these three dimensions really talk to the idea of having protection from and then moving towards protection to. And protection from really resonates with the idea of a sort of freedom from, a very classical liberal definition of what freedom means. You do you, we do us. So long as you don't cause any harm, you can live the life you want. Just don't, and we will not as a state or institution impose on your freedom. And that's a classical liberal definition of a minimalist state where you are free to do what you want to do. And normally in this context would really relate to the idea of prevention of harm or prevention of physical or maintaining physical safety. But that's a very limited definition in my view of what protection should mean. And I think we need to think at universities and in spaces generally around what is protection to. How do we think about a much more progressive model where we're actually looking at how can we ensure that rights are realized? That people just, and this again is in relation to the idea of freedom, that you don't just have freedom from harm. You actually have freedom to be able to go and achieve what it is you need to do. And this talks a lot to the notion of different ways of thinking about equality as well. There's no point in just saying we all have equality of access to education, for example. We need to think about how do you ensure the outcome is equal, or at least all the inputs into in a university space. It's not enough just to say, okay, well, we'll open our doors to anyone. How do we ensure that the experience once you're here is actually generating an equal opportunity for good outcomes, dealing with systemic change and systemic inequalities? So thinking about these frameworks, we then did research at UWC looking at gender-based violence. So why UWC? Okay, you guys are hearing a lot about UWC, but today, well, I mean, we're a university that is steeped in values related to the protection of human rights. And this makes a difference because it gives you the space to be able to do the kind of research we want to do. Obviously, UWC has a rich history in the anti-apartheid struggle. We even take activists and let them come and do honors degrees without prior recognition. That's fascinating to know that. I'm really, really glad that happened. We do actually, as a university, support people who don't have prior degrees to come so we're a university that's an inclusive space and gives opportunity and really celebrates those kind of activists in that role. And also our mantra has historically been the intellectual home of the democratic left. Okay, again, obviously this is painting a rosy picture. There are more challenges and it's far more nuanced than that. But at least we have the writing, the material and the books to say, give us the space to do the protective work. And that helps, that makes a difference. Why gender-based violence? Why is this a good case study? Well, in South Africa, it is a significant social issue. I mean, it's Women's Month at the moment. We just had Women's Day. which really is not enough to deal with, even touch the surface of the profound inequalities in gender in our society. And where we see this playing out is really in sexual violence. South Africa has a reputation of the rape capital of the world. And just in the Western Cape, which is by no means the worst province, but just where UWC sits, 45% of women will have experienced gender-based violence in their lifetime. And so this is pervasive in society, and it's certainly pervasive on our campus. We are not a bubble, and our students and our staff are not immune to these societal issues. So we thought it's very important to research gender-based violence on our campus. And it also allows us to think about the practice of protection. So if we then think about these different models, and I'm now going to talk generally about the protection from model. What does UWC do in relation to gender-based violence when we think about protection from? So UWC, it does the basic things universities do. It has physical protection, 24-hour campus protection. One of the challenges, though, with our protection is that when there is conflict on campus, student protests, much of the protection is outsourced. And so the university doesn't employ, and there are obviously reasons for that, but it is problematic when you have external people coming in to police your own campus. UWC is also, has non-discriminatory entry policies, and that's a baseline. That's protection from. That's the bare minimum. And so anyone can come here. It doesn't matter where you're from, who you are. There's no discriminatory policies. But in 2023, we shouldn't even need to say that. That should just be a given. One of the challenges, though, with a neoliberal governance model is that when gender-based violence does happen on campus, we have seen examples of, so for example, in 2008, there was the murder of Lethemba Jama. She was a student who was celebrating her birthday, had an altercation, she had a violent boyfriend who stabbed her to death on our campus. And it was tragic. It was an emotional event for the students. UWC's response, it wasn't a cold response. There was a lot invested and has subsequently been invested, as we'll discuss now, into policies around sexual-based violence. But there was also a neoliberal governance take, because essentially the spokes position was this was just a reflection of society. It's beyond the role of the university, and it wasn't a result of a security breakdown. And that is a take I think universities are sometimes compelled to do because they live in a capitalist competitive world. You need to attract students, and you need to say, hey, this isn't us. We didn't do this. We're doing the best we can. But we have to recognize that's a minimalist position on protection. But then UWC, in terms of gender-based violence, has started to move towards the protection too. And here we see institutional forms of protection coming up. There's a 2018 sexual violence policy, and it talks very much in this policy about rights. It's got a rights-based approach and has instituted a set of institutional structures for protection. It does there are options for extensive reporting on GBV and allowing for early detection, mediation, investigations, disciplinary action. And there's also a sexual violence task team with multi-level stakeholders. The challenge we found here with our research is that you cannot be anonymous in the sexual violence process. And that, again, is a legal issue in that you can't be anonymous in the courts, and you can't be anonymous when you go to the police either. And so the university will say, we can't go again. How do we deal with that? And so we've had conversations around this. So even when you have good policy, it can be quite difficult when you're working within the broader state to implement it. And then protection too. And I'm really pleased to say at UWC, we see this happening. There is a form of radical politics happening on our campus, and this is often driven by student initiatives themselves. We saw after the murders of several students, and I have to just say here at UWC and at UCT a few years ago, that there is a sadness in the sense that it is university students that hit the headlines when they are murdered, when so many women are, suffering from gender-based violence every day. But there is something that I think touches the national discourse when you see talents, you see the potential for hope in society being taken away through a university student. And so when those cases came to the attention of wider society, there was an Am I Next campaign on our campus, and our students joined and really drove forward that agenda. We also have an excellent gender equity unit, and I'm very happy to say that they're actually with us in the audience today, and that they'll be presenting some of their work in our symposium. And they build a community activism and create awareness around the structural issues around gender-based equality. And we also then have departments that think about promoting gender equity, like our Department of Gender and Women's Studies. And here we think about protection too, in my view, as being about systemic change in the education system. I personally think gender should be mainstreamed in all disciplines to some extent. It should be a topic when you're in a society that is the rape capital of the world, that should not be left to one department. And that each of us, when we're teaching, have to think, how do I bring about gender equality into the classroom? So that is something these are conversations we're having. And at least in the space, while we're not materializing it to the degree that we could do, it's an open space to think about that in our teaching practice. So to conclude, universities are spaces of change themselves. And I think this is quite important because we're not rarefied silos, these entities of, and I completely agree with what Zaki said today. Just because you're a university student or a university academic or a university professor does not mean that you have a claim to some intellectual greatness or superiority. I always tell my students in first year, once they arrive, when we have a lecture on Marxism, I always say, I hate to break it to you, but you're now in the superstructure. You are now the elite of society, but that doesn't make you elite. It's a very different concept. So we have to reflect that we have to think about who we are and how does the university change with the times? How do we think ahead as to where society is going and how we can create that space to encourage deeper forms of social justice? And we have to do that by allowing for contested ideas. And that can be hard. And I'm very happy to say at UWC, we don't have a cancel culture, but I'm very glad I don't teach or work in the United States. I don't know how I would deal with that. So that contested ideas is really important. But then I'm going to say something a little controversial based on some of our inputs this morning. I think we also have to recognize in our context that we are actually functioning in a democracy and that we do have a state and the state is actually sovereign and we do elect leaders and representatives. And so we are not a separate space to them. We can't say we will form our own rules because we're above you. And I'm not saying that that sits in other contexts. And I think that's the fantastic thing about this group of people. There are different contexts and many challenging spaces. But in our space, we also have to recognize the supremacy of our rule of law and our constitution and think how we as a university work with that. And if we need to challenge it, why and how we would do that. So I'm very excited that we're going to spend the next few days thinking about the role of a university, what we do, what we teach, how we generate knowledge, what knowledge we generate, and how we hold a responsibility to reflect on the narratives that we create and that we put out there. Thank you.
If I close this, is okay? If I shut the technical people, can I? Good. So thank you. So I'll start by thanking the organizers for creating this space for us to collectively reflect on human rights defender protection mechanisms, and in particular for bringing the networks of protection and universities to explore if and how we can intentionally have greater collaboration and coordination in making protection of human rights defenders more holistic and resilient. And they said we must introduce ourselves. Yes, Arnold Tsunga. I'm a human rights lawyer from Zimbabwe. I'm also currently convening what we call Civic Space Network of Africa, looking generally at the nexus between civic space and the threats that human rights defenders face, but also the opportunities for effective civic engagement and participation in Africa. So I'm coming here from being the background of a practitioner, especially in the mechanisms of protection for human rights defenders. And so we'll make my presentation learn from the lessons arising from practical experience, and hope that those who are academics and intellectual powerhouses among us can then be able to process it further just to improve. So I must start with a reaffirmation that I am 100% appreciative and supportive of the protection mechanisms in defending human rights, and human rights defenders, and especially those who defend the rights of others, and as a result face persecution mainly from authoritarians and other interest groups. So I also appreciate the donors who support such mechanisms, including those whose academic credentials unfortunately have been challenged this morning by SIPO. And I know that within the donor community, there's also a combination of donors beyond the open society. I thought I saw a terrible twins from Ford Foundation, I think Lusako and Otto. So my approach is going to be basically to critique the systems that we've implemented in civil society organizations of protection. And this is with absolute deference to my colleagues in civil society, the chairperson of the African Defenders, the chairperson of Southern Africa Human Rights Defenders, because we're doing fantastic work, I think, to defend human rights defenders against persecution in the way that it has been explained by colleagues. So I don't want to therefore sing praises, but to do that critical evaluation and dig a little bit deeper to see if there is a felt need for us to improve our system of protection, given that we are operating in a fast changing environment, as well as sometimes an internal context, but also external context. And the enormity of the challenges that humanity is facing in an interconnected but deeply unequal world. At African Defenders, if Chairperson Hassan can allow me to, we have come to the conclusion that this is maybe the most challenging phase for human rights defenders since the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, I think more than 75 years ago, but certainly since the adoption of the Declaration on Human Rights Defenders unanimously 25 or so years ago. So the acceptance of human rights as a value system has been severely degraded over the years. For many reasons, including double standards by those that support groups of civil society engaged in human rights defenders, but also because of authoritarians and people who don't believe in democratization. But it's not the reason for our discussion today. And the degradation has made our multilateral systems not work effectively to guarantee peace and security in the world. And I'm sure all of us, you see the signs there, Ukraine, for example, but now we see the Niger crisis and how it's morphing into an international crisis that makes the people of Niger unable to resolve it among themselves. And Sudan, it has happened. Mozambique, same thing in the north, where grave inequality and degradation, failure to develop and get post-independence dividend has now resulted in those tensions creating conditions for radicalization. But once there's an internationalization of some of these conflicts, it makes it very difficult for the local people to resolve their disputes. So I think the deployment of human rights defenders to protect human rights using non-violent means, which are extremely important, but against armed authoritarians who monopolize violence in their states and do not hesitate to kill or maim with impunity. We're actually privileged here to be having Tanile Maseko, who witnessed the shooting of her husband in the circuit of their home from within 2 meters using a high velocity military grade weapon, and with impunity, no investigation, absolutely. And the kids are still in the same environment. There hasn't been, like what I can say, a significant sea change in the creation of conditions where they can feel safe. And so authoritarians are quite determined because of the degradation of the human rights value system, and it's being challenged now to say, how do we create or improve on our protection mechanisms in a way that matches the danger that human rights defenders are facing. So the erosion of the human rights value system globally is also degraded. People asked to say, do we have democratization? We talk about democracy in regression. But I think the importance of elections as a sovereign processes in terms of which citizens deploy people into public office, anchored on the belief that the will of the people is the one that must reflect those who actually ultimately get into office following elections. That is being eroded in a very systematic manner because the mentality now seems to be that power is an end in itself and therefore at any cost. And that has made a mockery of electoral processes. And it has also created conditions for elite contestations that result in what, Sipo, when you wrote last week, you said civilian coups or military coups, because we're getting into that vicious cycle where poor electoral practices degrade democratic participation and the democratization agenda of Africa. And then once there's loss of confidence, you begin to see that military wants to take over. Once military take over, then it creates conditions where civilians who are also elitists then manipulate the electoral process. And that vicious cycle is going to continue. And I think that's the context in which African civil society and human rights defenders are trying hard to promote human rights, but it's a subject for another day. So what I propose to do in the is just to give maybe 7 key points that I think are important for especially the civilian protection mechanisms to think about in terms of opportunities for improvement. And I'm very privileged that yesterday, through the work that the Women Human Rights Defenders Initiative did to give us a collective opportunity to reflect, it sort of refined some of my thoughts. The first one is going to be around the narrowness of the concept of protection in the current mechanisms. The second is going to be the protection as a short-term measure in terms of the characteristic of the protection instruments that are being deployed. The third is on a predominantly reactive nature of the current support mechanisms. They almost always are reactive. And then the fourth is the reverse onus that is being placed on human rights defenders to demonstrate that they are human rights defenders before they can secure or access the protection mechanisms. The fifth will be generally the inaccessibility of the human rights defender mechanisms to a point that they begin to be seen as structures of elitism rather than things that are accessible to the majority of our people on whose behalf we speak and we raise funding to do work. Then the final one, it comes primarily from the presentation that my sister Salome gave around the question of over-focus on protection minus the building, intentional building of resilience to transform the experience of human rights defenders. And I think once I do that, it will then create as a byproduct of this conversation a case for collaboration with academic institutions. Okay, yeah, so I can finish easily. Yeah, that I didn't. But now, how much have I got?
Probably about 5 minutes. But 7 minutes is okay.
So if 5 minutes I can finish. Where you feel looking like I'm going to speak more than. No, I'll be very quick with those 7 points. Yeah. So the narrowness of the concept of protection. I'm a bit disciplined. I'm unlike Brian Kagoro. Yeah. So the narrowness of the concept of protection. In real practice, the current non-academic institutions and civilian protection mechanisms, they are too narrow and I think too dependent on resources to the point that they can actually be exclusive rather than inclusive. The fear of donors, one of them, to avoid being seen as dabbling in politics and democratic processes, has resulted in a large group of pro-democracy activists who I think for the future will actually be the catalyst for change, being excluded from receiving support from such mechanisms. And I think this is why the phenomenon of abductions, of torture, of disruptions happens, because of the fact that the small resources that could actually be useful to create protective conditions as people are demanding and claiming agency for accountable governance is not there. So students' movements, social movements, they're generally excluded because of being seen as highly political by existing mechanisms. That in itself creates a delinkage between the human rights defender and the human rights movement in general with communities that they purport to represent. And unfortunately, again, I'll abuse Brian Kagoro because he has unfinished work in this area. He had started a study on the legitimacy of human rights defenders and how the way we have structured the human rights movement has created a delinkage with social movements. So one of the things that I see when a human rights defender gets attacked, like what happened, I give Tulan as an example again, you look at the reaction of ordinary people, whether they feel abused, whether they feel attacked or not. In the majority of cases of those that apply for support, there's no reaction. People just live business as usual. With my brother Tulani, there was a huge reaction, in terms of grassroots communities feeling that the attack of their representative meant that there was an attack on democracy. And I think that's evidence that some defenders are delinked from communities that they represent. And it's important academic institutions to reflect around the nature of the human rights movement and how the legitimacy question of defenders as representing people can be answered. Then the protection is also short-term, too short-term, in that the current mechanisms is almost throwing money through flexible grants to people who apply. And the short-term measures include legal defense, application for bail, temporary relocation, modest investment, sometimes into security upgrades, cameras, access control, etc. The problem with it is that the autocrats are aware that this is a game of resilience. It's a marathon. So the moment we have that short-termism, it means that the defender is just given a temporary respite, but not resilience. But I'll come to that point. Then the reactive nature of the support itself means that you need a defender before they can access any protection mechanisms to demonstrate present and actual or imminent danger or threat, and that the protection measure that they are proposing is commensurate to deal with that threat, and that the budget they're also proposing matches the requirements for the protection that they are proposing. And the problem with that is that, which means there is a bureaucracy we have introduced within the system that does not proactively look at the situations of human rights defenders in a way where you can predict. There are a number of defenders who are so strong that you know that they're going to be attacked, but we are not proactively looking for those, assessing the security threats. Perfect, I'm about to finish. Then the reverse onus placed on human rights defenders to demonstrate, this is bureaucracy that also arises because I think of the funding models that you have to fill a form. You must show that you're a human rights defender. You must bring references. And when that happens, it means that a lot of people who genuinely struggle for human rights and who could actually be the catalyst for change that we're waiting for, who may not be self-identifying as human rights defenders. Because, people who react to causes, people who are fighting for survival and seeing injustice, when they do those things, they're not thinking to say, it's because I'm a human rights defender. So because they don't self-identify, you find that they then fall outside the sphere of protection. I can give one or two examples. There's a judge in Swaziland who gave a decision that the king cannot forcibly expropriate cattle from his own people. And the king's regiment went there to say, the king through to try to generate cattle, he had given one cattle to each of the community. This one looked after his cattle so well. Now he had generated 240, 250. But the regime said no, because they came from a donation from their ours. So when they tried to take, the judge Masuku said the king could not have spoken with a forked tongue when he says Swaziland believes in the rule of law. And what happened? The Chief Justice charged to say, by saying the king could not have spoken with a forked tongue, you insulted the royalty. And he was dismissed, impeached. So is he a human rights defender? Certainly is. Is he self-identifying as a defender? No. It's just the circumstances that put him there. Just like a policeman in Zambia. When President Lungu deployed militias to attach themselves to police stations, and then use that to then attack political opponents. This constable publicly resigned, took off the office, took a video and said, I'm leaving this force because I cannot have a situation where militias come to give us instructions. He was charged with desertion and is he a human rights defender? People say, but he's working for the security sector, for the security forces, he's not. So I think that's the thing that we need to expand. Just in ending, let's make human rights defenders more accessible. There's the case of Sia. It touched me yesterday, my sister. When you look at the socialization of our society, that then creates threats to certain members and communities in a way that human rights mechanisms that exist don't identify these as human rights defenders. Sia, and she's here. And I'm sorry I use your example, but her story of being a trans in a family that rejected her status as a trans and then chucked her out as a baby. And then the community of locals, indigenous people, South Africans, if I put it that way, rejecting her as well. And then people called illegal immigrants. I think you said Zimbabwean illegal immigrants, then adopting her. And then facing the ostracization of society and giving conditions that because she's a battler, she went through her schooling up to a point where I think she's a master's now. So which means there's been a lifelong struggle, but the social conditions do not allow for her as a baby to be seen as fighting for human rights, as a human rights defender. And I could imagine we have what we call selecting committees that look at applications. If you had come before we had this type of conversation, would say, no, but you see, this is a social problem. It's not a human rights defender problem. She wants protection in a very prolonged way. Whilst we sympathize, but we're not a humanitarian organization. So that's the thinking within the human rights defender sector. So we need to change that. So it takes me to the segue that the absence of resilience, in fact, one quotation for the last time, Salome Kenya said that in supporting women human rights defenders, you must think beyond protection and security, not have that over focus. You have to have a holistic, so you promote, you transform, you prevent, you protect, and you give a voice so that after the mechanism of support, the person who emerges there is a transformed human being. And I think that's where Sipo also spoke about the fact that we experience a lot of re-applications. You give one application, someone goes. Then after a few years, months, people apply again, they come. So Sipo gave the example that if you give once, people appreciate. You give the second time, they develop entitlement. You give the third time, they become dependent. And we need to look at whether our mechanisms are not creating dependence and not transforming defenders to become people who are resilient. So that calls for collaboration between universities and existing mechanisms, because at universities, clearly there's retooling, reskilling, development of human talent, and ultimately transformation of human beings to be better and to be self-reliant. So thank you.
Thank you, Arnold, for those practical lessons. Let me put my timer on so that I can speak for 10 minutes. Thank you once again to the organizers for inviting me into this space. As the introduction went, my name is Tiseke Kasambala, and I'm the Africa Director at Freedom House. And I think my role here today is to just kind of set out a number of trends that has made this such an important discussion for us at Freedom House. Since 2007, we have been providing short-term support to human rights defenders, civil society organizations, and survivors of severe religious persecution in some of the world's most repressive and conflict-ridden parts and environments. And we have provided this assistance to about maybe over 4,000 individuals and organizations in around 110 countries and territories. As we have been providing this type of assistance and help, we kind of identified certain trends that made us realize that working with universities, collaborating with universities as sites of protection for human rights defenders is crucial. Through our Life Embattled CSO Assistance Fund and the Dignity for All LGBTI Assistance Program, we are now seeking to work with universities to look at universities as sites of protection. We have already started these types of collaborations in the United States, where several US universities provide fellowships and scholarships to human rights defenders and scholars at risk. But I wanted to speak to the two trends that have driven us, because I think it's important, as you said, not just to intellectualize the challenge, but to speak to the practical examples of why this is such an important discussion. The first one is the trend that we have identified of transnational repression. Over the past 5 years or so, in fact, more than that, we have seen an increasing trend in governments around the world engaging in brazen attempts to stifle dissent by attacking critics who are abroad. So human rights defenders coming under attack in their own locations, fleeing to other countries, and coming under further attack. More governments around the world are using transnational repression to silence dissidents. They are cooperating as authoritarian governments in the pursuit of exiles and diaspora residents because of their shared liberal values. Countries that are home to exiles and diasporas lack the tools to respond to attacks by these authoritarian governments. And these governments are working together essentially to facilitate transnational repression by weakening universal human rights norms at international organizations as well. And finally, they're using digital attacks and making it widespread and diverse, and responding with governments and using technology companies working together with them to stifle dissent. This is very alarming, and a few examples just to touch upon. For example, we've seen a Turkish intelligence officers flying all the way to Kenya and abducting a political figure from outside a police station in Nairobi. That is how bad the type of transnational repression that we're speaking to. It is audacious, but governments are able to reach across national borders to silence opposition amongst the diaspora, exile communities, demonstrating a very dangerous disregard for international laws. And despite the growing awareness of this problem, it's remaining a global threat to human rights and democratic values because there are few tools that exist to protect its intended targets. So that's one of the biggest trends that we found. It's become increasingly difficult for us to support human rights defenders that are in exile. And it's something that has to be flagged because as we start to talk about African hubs at universities, we have to be aware of the dangers and what that means for protection, right? The second one I wanted to speak to is around the internationalization of universities and the threats. And I think Professor Paul Grady kind of touched upon this a little bit. In 2020, Freedom House released a very special report on the internationalization of universities and the repression of academic freedom. And in that, we found that the internationalization of higher education has actually enabled authoritarian states to effectively transnationalize everyday forms of censorship and political repression to students and faculty, both at home and abroad. The lucrative partnerships that we see universities engaging in, foreign access, expatriate academic networks, whilst they've created very positive opportunities, have also provided authoritarian states with a chance to assert their influence abroad. This report focused specifically on UK universities. And we found several UK universities where we saw this type of transnational repression taking place within the universities and on campuses. We saw universities being influenced by authoritarian governments to stifle academic freedoms because of some of the foreign partnerships and the funds that were flowing into these universities. So again, flagging a danger and a growing trend that again, we have to keep in mind as we talk about how we're going to best support human rights defenders on campuses. The risk to academic freedom is not just solely from the states, but we see it also emanating from within. And I really wanted to talk a little bit finally about the general attacks on higher education and what we talk about in terms of academic freedoms and language. Because as you speak about African hubs, there's always the danger of re-traumatizing human rights defenders who are studying in your institutions. The discussion and the social responsibilities that universities must have when they are dealing with human rights defenders relates, and I think we heard from Zaki about LGBTI communities. Arnold has talked about my sister here, Sia, and the space she found herself in as a trans woman at Wits University, and how she has taken it upon herself to support other trans activists. Now, in the interest of freedom of speech and freedom of expression, which we value so highly at academic institutes, there is a social responsibility that comes with that as you nurture human rights defenders, not to use freedom of expression in a limiting way, in a way that leads to the spaces of safety being the spaces of danger. When you eliminate someone's sexuality and who they are, and you speak about it in the interest of free speech, what are you saying? We have to be careful, and there's a social responsibility that should be placed upon members of the higher education community to use freedoms and opportunities afforded by state and public respect for academic freedom and institutional autonomy in a manner that is consistent with obligations to seek and impart truth according to ethical and professional standards and responsive to contemporary problems within a society. So 8 minutes, 36 seconds. I wanted to end on that note. Thank you very much.
Good. All right. Oh, you get your time. So we have about 15 minutes, Fiona says. That'll be strict because I'm sure some of you are hungry. So we'd just like to open up the floor for some questions. I don't think we have a handheld mic. Do we have a handheld mic? Because then it would be easier for the people who are joining us online to hear the questions. For those of you at the table, thank you panelists so much. We have some, not handheld mics, but we have some wireless mics there. If the tech people could make sure those are working, then we can be sure you can hear the panelists. Please, I don't think we have a, do we have a handheld? Okay, great, super, we have a mic. The gentleman in the back there, with his hand up, could you put your hand up again? Thank you so much. We've got a mic coming to you. And it could be a question for one panelist or all of them, as you like. But are there any other questions right now? Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Mine would be a comment that is also just a provocation to the thinking around the university. I think it's been enriching listening to colleagues describing this entity called the university and this potential role in protection, liberation, and otherwise. As colleagues were speaking, I kept on really being provoked to ask that we think about the university, not just as an institution that we operate within or a place that we go to, but this entity is also a system, a power and a knowledge structure that has a very long history. This entity that we operate within is a westernized university in Africa. It is the model of the Euro-American university that has become globally hegemonic. There were other models, but those models were elbowed away. And we now have the Euro-American model, which has a long history that goes back to what are called the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages through the Enlightenment up to now. This monster was complicit in the project of conquest, colonialism, imperialism, and coloniality. And in its history, it's been picking up very dangerous habits, violent habits, hateful habits, and some troublesome habits that it still carries today. That's why we're in the University of the Western Cape, which is just systematically and structurally a campus of the global Euro-American university. And those bad habits that this system embodies are still alive. Racism, patriarchy, xenophobia, nativism, and many other contempts that this system contains. So when we are going to engage with the idea of protection, the first protection to be looked for is how to undo, to repurpose, and resystematize and restructure this system so that we can win it away from the colonial and imperial habits that come with it. I just thought I should deposit this as an irritation to colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you. Could you, by the way, introduce yourself? Real quick.
William Trompo. I work from the Center for Diversity Studies.
Here at the Western Cape?
I wish at the University of the Witwatersrand.
Okay.
At the University of the Witwatersrand. So
Okay.
we deal with research in decoloniality and diversity. So you will imagine that issues of protection of minorities, endangered persons, and threatened persons is very close to my heart and my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, William. And what you were saying also kind of links up a bit with what Fiona was saying about the radical change maybe being necessary. Do we want to do any of the panelists would want to respond to this before we take another question or comment? Let me just go ahead then. Yeah, and then we'll come back. Yes, there's another hand up. I think, I'm sorry, she just missed you, but you'll come next. So we've got, I'm sorry, just pointing out this gentleman here, and then we've got this woman and a man with orange shirt there. Okay, two more.
I am Brian Kagoro. There is something paternalistic about the term protection. And I think, I don't know where Zach has gone to. So I have a small question for you. There is not enough said about protection from predatory multinational capitalist corporations that actually do a lot more harm to women, children, and communities. So a lot of this protection infrastructure is geared towards restraining the servants of capital, the state, right? So just wondering what your own sense is about that. The second is there is no protection architecture against imperialism itself and the empire. Ironically, if one thinks about the contradictions we're seeing one form, and it's a very interesting response, if you allow me, Madam Chair, in the context of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The immediate response of the Western world was actually an indication of how to deal with protection. They went for the enablers of what they saw as the Russian state, which was the oligarchs. And within the context, when Arnold was talking about resilience, I just wanted to ask Comrade Arnold, or Brother Arnold, Companero, the states we're talking about, there is no rise of authoritarianism without the rise of financialization and militarization of states, of developments and economy. We are solving at the political level a very structural question. So within thinking about resilience, the radical politics that you were talking about, my sister, so what within the protection and thinking is targeting the militarizing and financializing influences and forces? Because as the Chinese said, and please, for those who are into horses, as Sipo said, there's no proof that I finished my studies, but there's a Chinese general Tofu who said, if you want to shoot the rider on a horse, shoot the horse. Because the horse is what's giving this thing speed. And I have already, in my own simplistic mind, the local petty bourgeois, the global bourgeoisie is riding on a Trojan horse. And it is that horse that actually does a lot of the harm that we say we are protecting from. So how are we building in thinking? Because to do radical politics in a system of empire that's becoming socialized towards financialization of education, where foreign students are charged more than local students, and etc. And I could go on. Is itself necessary, but insufficient. So I was asking, how radical is radical? Thank you.
I'm going to ask the panel to hold the answer for now, to take the two other questions, this gentleman here to your right, and then this woman, and then the panelists can respond to any of the comments, questions that have been made. Thank you. Just in the interest of time.
Thank you. This was a very impressive conversations. My name is Hassan Shire. I'm the, in this had now, chairperson of the Pan-African Human Rights Defenders Network, and also Defenders Executive Director. I'm from Kampala. I'm happy to hear that, and I really take a note on the rich conversations we had, but Brother Arnott and myself and the panelists here, we are in conversation. Universities, and I will be talking anyway tomorrow, but now I'll take this opportunity to little bit allude to the history, the historical nature of the universities as a hub for human rights defenders. And I think that we have to take note. Martin Jones, who was the University of York, was familiar with. In Kananaskis, during the G8 that time, or G7 meeting, we organized a group, Kananaskis in Canada, Alberta, we organized a group called 6 billion people, the voices of 6 billion people, G6P. It was a platform where activists came together. And for the first time, human rights defenders have been recognized as part of the human security pillars, people who actually protect that area. So in that panel, 2 recommendations came, and I want to throw this because some universities, new universities now are picking up. One, the protection of human rights defenders have to be a central for any policy which protects space, civic space, democratic space. Both financial and diplomatic support should be given. Bill Graham, who was the foreign minister of Canada, took that, but he said it will be dominated by security, but I will put these recommendations in the files of each and every leader. Then York University, Canada, not University of York in UK, but York University in Canada, Toronto, accepted to host us as a space where human rights defenders can gather, fundraise, take advantage of the research department, and then research the gaps of protection in the continent. And that's how Defenders has born on African defenders. To answer the question of Arnold, and he's part of this, Ubuntu hub cities now, I just don't want to go all the, but Ubuntu hub cities now is standing in 8 cities in the continent, and 3 of them in South Africa. It strives to address the short-term nature of protection with the resources to give a scholar or human rights defender in a university placement whereby they can pass you even up to masterate or PhD. So that it may not be 3 months, 6 months, and then you wander around what I'm going to do, depending the needs of the human rights defenders. So now the donors are here for Foundation, and I see also Open Science Foundation and others. We must strive in resourcing those initiatives where 4 components come together: the local coalition or a network, the university, the government, particularly Ministry of Internal Affairs, where have to facilitate the visas and all that, and then the Pan-African and the defender himself or herself. I thank you.
Thank you. The short-term nature, the problem of that narrowness was also mentioned by one of our speakers. Perfect.
Thank you very much. My name is Figile Vilagaz. I'm the director of the Gender Equity Unit here at UWC. I think that for me, the question perhaps is what was mentioned around the short-term nature of interventions for human rights defenders. And, you know, we were involved when I was still the director of the Coalition of African Lesbians with the Human Rights Commission of the AU to ensure that the Coalition of African Lesbians attains observer status with the Commission. Work that happened for many, many years. The status was attained, but the gains are being reversed as we speak. I believe that matter is now with the African Court. So why I'm making that scenario is that I think there was a lot of support for women human rights defenders in particular at that time, and human rights defenders who were around that particular case. I'm using it as a case study. And the interventions were short-term, and many of us have moved from that place. We still remain frontline defenders, but we have moved into university spaces, we have moved into the business sector and so on. And I think the question then still arises, are we still defenders? And that's a very, very critical question because of exactly what you've mentioned. In our conversations around the work of defense, for example, in my work as the director of the Gender Equity Unit, there are a lot of nuances there, you know, moving from the space of what we think and imagine as a space of activism to a place of academia, where I come now into a place of teaching in my body and my mind and my spirit of being an activist. And the dynamics that occur in that place in terms of the definition and understanding of what it means to be a defender. Does one become a defender only because you are within the cycle of civil society space, for example? And does that role disappear when you enter the space of academia, when you enter the space of what we call a university? And I'm asking this question to us because it's very, very important as we imagine the work of protection. And I'm using the word protection as well, selectively here and very cautiously, because I agree it's a it's highly paternalistic as an approach. I would imagine perhaps maybe we want to think about agency, maybe rather than protection, because what actually we are battling with in various spaces, including universities, is the heightened militarization of what we are calling the work of human rights defense. UWC is not immune to that. We are currently speaking, students are actually marching to Parliament today. But I think what was shared from Makerere University is something that we share equally. Not so long ago, we had incidences of the police being here when students were marching, and a whole range of other things, continue to happen. And that is not just a situation that is UWC based. Generally, universities in South Africa have become highly militarized zones. And I draw back again, Chair, from the report that was produced by the Women Human Rights Defenders Network a couple of years ago, that raised these issues. I think people like Colette and Hassan would remember this, that the issue of heightened conservatism is something that continues to trouble us. And the university is challenged by that. Issues of heightened militarization of society, is something that continues to trouble us. It emanated from that report. And universities are a macrocosm of society. So we are not immune to these things. What becomes our response when a student is faced with gender-based violence and femicide? What becomes our response when students are protesting around fees, right? Do we become a place of agency, or do we become a place of protection? I think for us, it's important to interrogate this terminology, because if we are seeing ourselves as a face of protection, we are going to struggle to engage with the power of militarization of universities. And I think we are going to thwart academic freedom, because we are seeing students and scholars and researchers and staff who are sometimes or often not able to even debate the state of the nation, including the state of education in our countries, mainly because that is always done under the barrel of a gun, whether there's the presence of the police or the presence of the army. So I'm just pointing those questions out to all of us, and maybe the panel can assist us to go there. Should we not be talking about the role of universities as sites of agency rather than sites of protection? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank all of you who made comments and questions. They were profound. They were very provocative. And I think that this is really opening up a lot of topics, not just for this morning, but for the rest of the time together. So thank you all for sharing and taking that time. So I'd like to invite now the panelists, anyone who would like to make a response or a comment. I know there were many interesting comments made in the audience, but I think in the interest of time, maybe just one comment per panelist, if that's okay. Are we okay for that, Fiona and everybody? Okay, great.
I want to speak to the first comment from the first gentleman who talked about coloniality, right? And the fact that the history of higher education, I think, is key, especially on our continent, because universities did not evolve on the basis of the needs of our societies, but they were actually created in terms of creating an indigenous elite of people who could assimilate and administrate the colonial ways and administrate the colonial systems of power. That's how universities evolved on our continent. And it's a very important factor as we discuss. And I know the topic of decolonization is somewhere in your agenda in the coming days. So what was created were instruments of domination. It was not about valuing knowledge production. It was about releasing a political elite into society who had assimilated colonial ways to lord it over communities. And so we have to understand that evolution if we're going to address some of these issues. And we're going to dismantle some of these power structures and systems. We must also recognize, and I spoke to this, and it's good that Brian has brought in the conversation around multinational corporations. But when you look at it even from the sense of the state of universities, right? Another key factor in terms of how universities evolved on our continent was, as we were talking about foreign debts and structural adjustment programs, African governments were forced to invest mainly in primary and secondary school education. There was no investment in higher learning. What did that create? It led to privatization of institutions, who, as I've said and I spoke to, have been sometimes instrumentalized because of that private funding to push forward certain agendas. And so again, that's another big factor that we need to take into account as we have these discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks, colleagues and Brian. The existing civil society-driven mechanisms for protection, because that's what we call them, they are really anchored on the implementation of the universally adopted Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, which has got a very clear definition of who a human rights defender is. And I agree that there will be weaknesses, but from an international perspective, the Declaration on Human Rights Defenders gives us some degree of consensus within the operating sphere of the current world economic and political order. So that's why the analysis was given in that context. But then if we're going to get a situation where the structural base of how society looks at itself and the value system is going to change, I think that's a larger debate. But then on the multilateral, financial institutions, they have tried to develop what they call independent panels for corporate accountability for rights violations in development finance. And so you see that the World Bank has got a World Bank inspection panel, the African Development Bank, they have the independent recourse mechanism, the Green Climate Fund, they would have an independent redress mechanism, the European Bank have an independent project accountability mechanism. So I think these mechanisms that they've developed are really structures of reinforcing themselves. And we need to understand them. And I think we also need universities and human rights defender protection mechanisms to understand these, so that if we are able to find ways of creating legal obligations rather than self-regulation, which is what they have done, then we can also start answering some of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments, and I do agree with them. And I think that poses a challenge that we don't have all the answers to the questions that we have posed. And also just to emphasize really that there are many expectations on universities, but I think at the end of the day, they are part of the society. What we are getting into the university is a product of what is coming from below. So universities are not divorced from the other class systems or other systems coming from lower down. But that said, I think perhaps we need to pay more attention also to some of the efforts that are being made of resilience, of resistance, for example, from the multinational initiatives. And I think there are some small examples, for example, where you bring in knowledge on the effect of GMOs, on the negative effects of lack of access to medicines, that whole conversation around access to medicines, and by engaging our students, where you have students that are not just white collar, but people that are more socially aware, is some of the efforts that we can do to try and decolonize knowledge and churn out people that are more sensitive to the issues of their societies, as one effort among others.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I'm sure we are very hungry now and everyone's earned a break. But thank you for the excellent comments. And I think what's been insightful for me today is to take a step back and just hear about perspectives from different angles. I think it struck me quite profoundly how one can get caught in your own context. And actually, it's been really useful to think, actually, for example, to interrogate the term protection itself, or just use it as a second, something that seems common sense. But actually, thank you for raising that actually, what are the connotations that may sit with that? So hopefully we'll be able to capture all of these comments, and we'll be reflecting on them as well as a team, thinking through how we take them forward in our work. But now on to lunch, and if we can be back here in 40 minutes, we'll cut lunch short by 20 minutes, but that's okay. And we'll see you all for the next session.
Let's thank the panelists for their wonderful.
Could everyone get settled down? Okay, I think we're going to start because I don't think the academics, the human rights defenders are very defiant today. So we'll just continue and hope they trickle in as we go. Okay. So if you look at your program, the session, which was supposed to start long ago, it's about visualizing protection through the creative arts. So when we thought about the session, it's thinking of the not unconventional ways that we actually learn, the things that aren't in curricula, the things that aren't in the conventional ways of understanding the world, and the things that are usually the most accessible. And we have people who are going to present works of art that reflect some form of protection. I think I'll leave it to them to introduce themselves as well as introducing their work. Enjoy. I think this is going to be a fun session. So take a, relax, sit back and enjoy. Let's start with Bevel Lucas over there.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for affording us the opportunity to share with you a body of knowledge that we produced. And just to say that I've been engaged with academia for probably close to 40 years now. But I choose how to engage with academia and about what we're going to engage with. And I live in a space that we call an occupation out in Woodstock, where we reclaimed a building that has been owned by the city municipality, but we've reclaimed it for the purpose of providing shelter and showing what power exists when communities have a say in how things can be done differently. But more importantly, in the documentary is the process in which we engage in the production of the documentary. It wasn't just by academia deciding by itself that we want to do an extractive process of the production of the documentary, but to rather engage with the writing of the script from the onset. What are the elements we'd want to see in the documentary and how the documentary will speak about the life of the occupation. And so this mutual cooperation in the production of the documentary is quite important. And we worked with it's sometimes very difficult to say the academics, but we call her Comrade Suraya, who's an academic at the University of Cape Town, who for the past couple of years has worked with us in the occupation to produce a different approach and to produce a body of knowledge that the people who participate in the documentary actually feel a sense of ownership of the production of the documentary. So, I don't know where. Okay.
Can anyone tell us who Sissy Gould was?
There was this week midwives, some people and some posters of women, about this, but now I don't remember.
Sissy Gould was a woman who was born of mixed parents. Her mother was Irish and her father was born of Muslim descent. She became the first woman of color to represent our people in District 6. But Sissy Gould could not serve a full term as a councillor in the civic center. So she would have been classified as a colored person. Sissy Gould was a woman, was a mother who wanted the best for us. That's why we named the house where we live in now, Sissy Gould House, CGH. What she fought for, we still now fight for housing for all of us. Is it right?
Yes.
I'm one of the elected leaders living in the occupation, and I live in the section called Darling Gardens. The section that we are in was the last operating section of what is referred to as the day hospital clinic. This used to be one of my doctor's consulting rooms, and so my doctors moved out and I moved in.
I'm part of a security task team, making sure the occupiers are safe. I moved here 5 years ago. Before I moved in here, I was living in Albert Road. The one night, 10 to 3 in the morning, my sister's shop caught on fire and my brother was upstairs. I ran up to go save him, but I couldn't. And ever since that time, I've been here. Okay, come. The police is coming here, law enforcement is coming, and we are just innocent people. We just need a roof over our heads. This is our little community. Woodstock is a nice place. This is my home.
I was born and raised in Woodstock in a street called Albert Road. See, this yellow and black is the Wex one of the Wexes. Now a little bit further down, there's a colorful little block of flats down. There's a colorful little block of flats, the green and the yellow. So that is was developed right next to where we were evicted from. So that is Albert on one. Yeah. Maar dis waar ons gebore gewees het. Dis waar ons legacies agtergat laat. Dat ons se kinders eers gaan enjoy nie.
Hulle het dit klaar gedoen met die districts.
Ja.
Ja. Gebeur dit nou weer?
Exactly.
Weer 'n forced removal.
Ja.
Word is nou weer uitgesit, hè?
Exactly.
Nie as 'n rou binne in. Vir my is dit 'n tweede keer weer. Ek met my ouers gebeur, toe ek nog 'n klein, soos ek nog 'n kind.
Gebeur dit met jou?
Nou gebeur dit nou weer nou wat ek groot is. Sien wat die happy waiting list is. Wanneer dan gaan ek 'n huis kry?
Where we live matters to us. It matters to us.
As ek so byry daar myne raak my hart so dink ek, ja, kyk hier, het nog niks gemaak en
Ja.
En
I see that.
Niks.
Alles moet ek mense wat in charge is, man.
Jy moet ons Sondag sit op die pavement, man. Met jy met jou music box, akko jy uit met jou box. Ek kyk ons na Tafelberg toe. Hulle almal daai weggevat.
Hy was lekker daar gewees.
Sitting in this conversation just makes me think that we didn't have a chance to sit and talk on how we felt when we left there. And here it's clear that we didn't deal with our emotions. They stripped us of our dignity. They stripped us of our heritage, of our legacies, but they will not strip us of our memories. They will never take away the memories we had. Never.
This place was 22 years empty. I was staying outside in a car. Waar kan ek sê, is hier nie 'n plek met security is anytime for you, mommy. Agterna toe word ek net reclaim the city gaan in movie so. Toe sê ek vir hulle moenie worry nie. Ek bly al klaar so. Hulle sê wat? Ek sê ja, ek bly klaar so. To play hier ander mense. And now I'm so happy that I met people here. People that stand together with one another. And I feel very happy to be here, to learn and to write and to see how is it to be a member of a community, yeah? Because I was never one.
What we are going to be arguing for, what is called the intangible, not that you can feel, but what's the living heritage? For example, we have a kitchen here that we've renovated that is now a food production site. So how does those things that people have done to build the community, how is that reflected in the intangible heritage?
We have to look into the sensitive part of the history of this building, for instance, and how did it affect the human beings that stays here?
All the conversation has been all around justice and human rights, spatial justice and human rights. It's about people, culture, and place. So that is lacking in the report. There seems to be a very much greater focus towards keeping things the way they are in terms of way municipalities manage cities. The issues of justice are not taken seriously.
We grew up in Woodstock. I didn't expect to be in a place like this because I always had good jobs. Unfortunately, I got sick and then I got married. Both marriages were unfortunately abused. And then I moved in here. To me now, Woodstock seems to be like a tourism place. It wasn't like before. They don't want people like us here in the inner city.
Here you are.
Here the people will just stand together because they've got, this is our home. It is a community for us. We interact a lot, so it will be very hard to separate. It's going to be a hard fight, but we'll keep on fighting.
So we're just testing the mic now and we're testing the sound. Good morning, goeiemorgen, assalamu alaikum, moweni, and welcome to everyone. After we greet them, we are going to tell them that we are doing a tribute to those who cannot be with us today on that wall of memory there. I moved into the occupation in 2018 because I was constructively evicted from a rental house that I'd been living in for many years. Fanwa Smallberg, can we please borrow the mic? Can we please borrow the mic, Fanwa? The journey started off as a resistance, but it's actually became our lives. It's became my home. We couldn't have imagined this in 1994, when we did vote for a democratic government. The local government have never actually displayed democratic practices, particularly when it comes to the issue of land and housing. We are going to show them our model there and what is possible for this house. But none of this stuff can be possible without their participation. So, as the elderly, what is their vision for the house for 2022? When we hear the word eviction, it just builds up even more resistance. We are living in one of the most unjust cities in the world, where the poor are consistently being policed. And so we're living in an anti-poor city. As you know, in February 2021, we were served with a court order from the city of Cape Town to do a survey of the occupiers living at Sissi House. And so this year has been a year that had a lot of hurdles that we had to jump over. But we got through this year. Without further ado, Comrade Bevel, proceed.
Well, thank you. I think without you, we will not have this event. We want to talk about our future. It's not always that a community has the opportunity to participate, to contribute to its future. We have a model here of the existing building. There's a lot of figures that represent the people of CGH and how we have designed the possibility of the future of CGH. But that possibility represents you. We believe in a future that will provide you and your family with a place to stay, with a place to live, with a place to call your home.
Thank you so much. And that was City Occupied. You can find it on Vimeo and a lot of live streaming channels. I think we'll go to the next presenter, and that is Dr. Lorato Mokoena.
Afternoon, colleagues. Let me stand up. Getting weird. Right. So good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Dr. Lorato Mokoena. I am now affiliated with the University of South Africa, but a couple of months ago, I was affiliated with the University of the Western Cape. So it feels good to be back. Today, I will be talking to you about a documentary film called The Broken String. The person diligently taking pictures of me and making me look very hot here in the front, which is Dr. Jacob Kluter, is the fellow producer of this documentary film and is also the director. And really just before, I guess we'll take Q&A afterwards, but just in brief how the documentary film came along. I had a grant and I was working in the Northern Cape, which is the biggest province geographically in South Africa. And so while I was in the Northern Cape, I realized that there was a silence about the Khoi and the San communities that reside in the Northern Cape. Khoi and the San, people call it Khoi San, but it's Khoi and San because those are two different identities. That's the first thing we should learn. So please stop walking around calling people they are Khoi San. It's a political identity. They're actually either Khoi or San. Thank you. You are welcome for the lesson. And so moving right along, so while we were in the province, I realized there was the silence that needed to be broken about these communities. And so we thought, what would be the best way to capture not just the silence, but a hurt and a type of suffering that these communities struggled with before apartheid, during colonial times, when they were trying to be killed, and now we are literally still trying to kill them. We're just not trying to kill them physically, but by measure of not recognizing that they even exist, by not giving the languages space in any part of the constitution that makes sense. I'm not talking about the niceness of what says, every now and then we look at them on Heritage Day and we pretend they exist when we're all happy about our heritage. And so we went in and we did this documentary film, and it is really just a somber. The documentary film is somber. It's not supposed to make anybody happy. Really, it's not supposed to make anybody happy. But what it does do is make you understand that there's a part of the South African society that is still overlooked. There's a part of the South African society that does not feel human. And so this documentary film, then speaking to the theme of the symposium, was a way to protect. So as a university, we went in and we said, you know what, it's not, I think it's a matter of instilling worth, of reminding people that they are worthy. And so this is really what this documentary film is about. So you're going to see 10 minutes of it, and then I'll take questions when Tumi allows me to. All right? Enjoy.
How are you doing? Yung sama mas. Anak kamu, nasa di patah. Kamu gue ada.
Vertel vir my van waar ons gebore, om as ons vandag gepraat oor die feit dat ons weggevat is van ons ouers af. So vertel ons wat is die woord, so 'n bietjie waar ons gebore is en ons se geskiedenis.
Ek dink Keimoes familie.
Keimoes.
Ja,
Okay.
Plekteland van Skanskop Eiland.
Wat was
Skanskop Eiland.
Skanskop Eiland? Okay. Is hy nog deel van Keimoes?
Dis deel van Keimoes.
Okay.
En daar het ek groot geword. Daar het ek by die boere groot geword.
Waar was ons se ouers?
Hulle het daar gebly.
Okay.
Op die grond.
Ja.
Maar as ek die kanaal kies, dat ek nie daar bly. Ek ken vir Foster, President Foster. Ek ken vir Woods. Ek is nie vir Woods. As 'n boer, wat as ek nog van daarvoor is dan nog, dat ek hom seker met 'n les gestuur.
Hendrik Verwoerd. Ja.
Hy boer kom op Keimoes. Hy sê vir ons kyk hoe ek die goed. Ons is goed. En Jay, het hoort nog eens. Hij zei, jy werk tot sononder toe. As jy jou salaris het, dan moet jy in 'n lampie jou salaris ontvang. Dit baie is ons ek soos ek hier so dan skrum ook is verneder. Ek is diep verneder.
So die
En die ding hy sê vir my 'n groot man, hy sê vir my groot man gaan nie skool toe. Die man met bewerk, hy's 'n groot man. Nou sien ek het toe gelê, ek is getrap in die pere. Ek is geslap in die boere. Die boere trouwens vir my het die boere vernietig. Daarvoor ek haat hom. Ek haat 'n boer. Maar kom ons los dit daar. Ek sê vir julle vandag. Suid-Afrika. Dit ek nie moet ek sê. Ek verwag net dat die Here vir my en my volk kan uit Egipte land kom uit. Ons is nog in Egipte. Van die tyd was nog steeds in Egipte. Ons nog nooit die melk en honing gesien. Ons sal nie sien.
Ja.
Ons eie mens hou is dan nou terug.
Ja.
En dis wat ek wil laat toe, dis ek vir ons gesê het. Ons het nie daai voorreg gehad om kan so gepraat het. Ook aan my, soos Hans gesê het, aan sy dae van kleinheid. En ek het ook dieselfde padjie geloop, maar nog nie so diep seer soos hy geloop het. Ek het daarom gevorder tot standaard 1 toe.
Okay.
En maar van die plase af, ons plase toe, hy terug plase toe waar ons mense in die Kalahari is.
Ja.
En as 'n skool toe kom, maar as weer skool toe kom terug, hy en jy weet daai tipe van goeie so een van die dag as die skole gesluit het, dan gaan ons weer terug en dan sê hy wat man, julle gaan nie weer skool toe nie. Julle het nou klaar geleer.
Okay.
So julle word nou nie weer agter die banke nie. Julle word nou agter die skape.
Mans het vroeger gepraat van die hartseer van die feit dat oomans se taal nie kon geleerd het.
Ik kan hem niet leren bij de boeren. Die boeren zijn hier goed wat die als mijn ma praat zei, heel goed wat die gepraat.
Oh. Okay.
Jullie kom daar goed wat die gepraat.
Ek sien.
Sien. Dis die boesmantjies of worteltjies.
So 'n man se ouers moes dan ook Afrikaans aanleer as 'n taal om te oorleef. En
daarom is dit baie kinders in alle heil van vandag oor hulle se ma se taal. Afrikaans is onze taal.
Die kinders word geleer, maar hy wysheid, maar hy sieninge van hy wit man. Julle praat hierdie taal, het julle my gehoor? Ja, bas. Nou word die kindertjies se ore gedraai of hy boesman wat nog die taal gepraat het.
Ja.
Jy praat nie meer hierdie taal, het jy my gehoor?
So die gepratery van die taal kan nog gekoppel word met pyn.
Met pyn. Ja, dis hoekom mans hy pyn en hartseer terwyl hulle van dat die 'n taal aangeleer het wat nie aan hom behoort nie.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Lowe. That was The Broken String. It's also available on live streaming channels. You can look for it and you'll find it. Just some housekeeping announcements. We have one shuttle that can't actually compromise with us in terms of our late time today. So it's leaving. If you see the need to leave, we welcome you to do so, but we really would like you to stay. We still have a really good performance by the Gender Equity Unit. So I plead with you to stick behind. Unfortunately, that means arranging alternative transportation. But yeah, you make the decision, and we'll leave it there. Dimpo, you can contextualize, and we have our final performance from the Gender Equity Unit.
All right, everyone. I will do this as we move. Is that okay? Thank you. Okay, so I'm Dimpo Makapela. I'm from the Gender Equity Unit Department, and we are the EduDrama program. And EduDrama is educational theater, or what we call protest theater. And we will be performing predominantly snippets from our 11th production, which is called Ava's Apple, which we just recently performed at the National Arts Festival. The next part of it also includes My Daily Bread and Reclaiming the P Word, which is the original production that started the EduDrama program as a space for women of color to come together to speak about what does sisterhood mean in our age of democracy here in South Africa, especially where there doesn't seem to be a lot of room for justice. So yeah, so we're gonna get into it. I see that people are leaving, and that's okay. And we're just gonna move things out of the way. So the program constitutes a variety of volunteers within the University of the Western Cape, but I'm going to allow them the platform to introduce themselves. So hopefully that's also okay. I'm gonna start over here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hlomela Ngoko. I'm a UWC student. I'm currently doing my honors in population studies in the science faculty.
Hi everyone, my name is Ndongai Semvelase. I'm a UWC student. I'm doing my honors in population studies and I'm part of the Gender Equity Unit.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Uasemahle Mashinini. I'm a first year. I'm doing my Bachelor's of Arts. We'll see what we major in next year.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sisiwe Matuna, and I'm currently studying in my first year with Ecom Law, and I'm also part of the Gender Equity Unit.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kylie Malloy. This is my first year at UWC. I'm doing my undergrad in Bachelor of Arts.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zulisa Kanya Ilanga Talita Mbongo. I'm a second year political science student and also gender and women studies. I'm also part of the gender equity.
Hi. Hi, everybody. My name is Salma Tanaka Maganezi. I am a final year student studying a Bachelor's of Arts in Sociology and Anthropology and Women and Gender Studies. I am a student assistant at the Gender Equity Unit and the stage manager for the EduDrama program. So yeah.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Many, many blessings, many, many blessings. Amen. Amen. Our Father, who whipped us into heaven, hallowed may be thy name. Thy cold ones come, thy will be done on Africa as it is in Europe. Give us today our weekly bread, and forgive us for their trespasses, as they forgive us for our blackness. And lead us not into liberation, but deliver us from our ancestors. For white is thy kingdom, the power and the glory, for generations and generations, a woman oppression.
All rise. The 45th Ntaka Superior Court is now in session. Judge Nangause presiding.
You may all be seated.
Good day. This is case number 123 of 1 January 2021. Domestic workers versus self-funded employers. Advocate Hawela will be representing the people and Advocate Amanda for the defense.
Advocates, the floor is yours. Thank you, Your Honor. Today, I'll be representing the domestic workers of South Africa who have been mistreated always in their line of work, all in the name of you're getting paid, as if the peanuts they pay them equate to the conditions and treatment they work under.
The very same people you are representing today are the lazy, pathetic Black women who can't even keep a man. All they do is complain and witchcraft after every little dream they have. They want to sort the cows, but I'm glad as people other women in Galo. Definitely our mother and ancestors like that. Oh, objection, dear sister. We wouldn't even finish her degree because the pressure was getting too much for her. Typical Black woman. Now we have to play stupid hot role play so that she doesn't have another depression episode, which leads her to cocaine. Oh, how can I forget the ridiculous, how can I forget Mother Dearest? Because now we also have to play a code role so that she doesn't. Guys, I think we should stop taking the notes now, eh? Yeah, it's getting a bit out of hand.
You have no idea the sacrifices I made to keep all of you fed up to kind of left me.
And this father loved us, mother, and he knew us.
I did a whole degree for you, and you probably don't know what degree I did. You don't know our favorite color, clothing, or season.
Did I didn't even know who your real father is?
No! One more thing is mentioned. This is the one who activist with the toilet outside. You know, people kind of want to shit on the church flag. Now I want to look for these blind kids. These damn flies. Move, when
Someone ever asked us how we think about being uprooted from our homes. 1 minute, I was sitting on a dead fish on the docks of Deutschland. The next, on a sheep's head on the streets of Soweto. I have been in South Africa for bazillion days now. I don't know for how long, but a lot has changed.
you can say that again. When we first came here, it was just shades of brown everywhere. I would see people from back home here and there, but not too much, you know. Now this place is practically white land. Not the part of town that I live in, though. Soweto's exclusively for the blacks. But whenever I go visit the bougie flies in the better parts of town, let me tell you, these people have taken over. I see them everywhere. The people were uprooted from their homes and jumped into dry areas for the white man's convenience must have not been easy. I now learned that they call them townships, but they lively and beautiful place. I choose to live there now because the people there are beautiful. Overcoming such adversities and still finding the time to smile and laugh will always be magical to me. The resilience of these people that makes them special. I don't know a more incredible nation. I feel sorry for the dehumanization inflicted onto them by people unknown to them. These people were changed and stripped of their tradition. They're now an amalgam of people they never necessarily asked to be. For them, I sympathize. And you know, when I first came here, I got to learn that footing means I should get away. Instead of the shoes that we're used to back home, violence, but effective. You have to learn new languages and use them in their everyday life. Must not have believed. What do I know? I'm just a fly on the wall. We do not want to be here, honestly, but in South Africa, our man, my days. Please introduce yourself. And my name is Kotato, and they call me KJ as well. Oh, they never even bothered to try pronouncing my name. Typical name. But anyway, if you currently unemployed and you can tip as to how to break this community, this is the short for you. KG, street educator. If you're currently in an interview on the office, how many people you have? What do you do? I say, I have not. Good answer. Good answer. Okay, if they ask you for any other commitment, say no. You are welcome. And that way, they will love you because they know they can call you anytime to step forward and buy anytime I need. Anytime. Okay. And also probably asking yourself, this is the HR department who all of this. Well, 2 hours, yeah, they probably are sourced. The whole trip will be because now you might see what they probably had to see to become the only way we participate in this economy is to spend this day for a good country in debt and today. And oh, how can I forget the ridiculous things that we say so that you don't have to work, so that you don't have to be far from work. And if I see that what? Go to the production. And again, most of them prefer someone with a car because they think those people start and do the best story. Then, having a comment and additional experience. Coffee, everything is about to take a moment where he thinks you move quickly. I just go to phone now. They're saying that the first thing is in place of the Hey, Tom! Sanibona bahlali baseMozambique. Ngiyaphila kodwa nani bahlali baseKapa abahle. We are here to fix your problems. We are so lean on us.
We don't have jobs. We can't even get jobs.
Yekisa umoya. Gijima wena mkhizi yothatha isinkwa. Abantu bethu bengalala abantu bengakuleli isikhona. Thandaza, it will multiply.
Siyakodola.
Ubhekani ngehlisa umoya. Gijima futhi mkhizi yothatha isinkwa abantu begqoke. Bengagodoli abantu isikhona gijima mkhizi. Sigqoke namhlanje sibone kumaphelane ngakusasa. Sharing is caring.
Hard boiled ketchup. Put down the sightseeing. There's always
I said, we come with solution. Gijima futhi mkhizi uyothatha amakhandlela. Abantu bekhanyisa bengadala abantu ngokunye kwasikho. Tata one. Little candela who's only kind of 5 minutes. Let's see. Remember to vote MMC. Vote for change. Viva MMC. Viva. Viva MMC. Viva. Viva MMC. Viva. Viva. Viva.
Get station with us. Get chubby cheeks for $59.99 and get rolls for $49.99. Go black girl. Go black girl. Go black girl.
Verse 1, we are to protect our bodies as a living sacrifice. This, however, is mine. I am the owner of this castle. You will listen to my commands and kneel at your feet. Now bow. Go. Your master food. Your master food. Your mother's son on the street in the counters. Oh, but let us forget the tactics. Belvo, pero, cup, elogo, kanyisam. What? Coming? No. Your booth. Men, women, children, those who can't even speak yet, they all use it. It is a booth. You look like a booth. You act like a booth. You are a booth. Now think about those people. The word booth. What does it actually mean? Well, I took the initiative to look it up in the dictionary, being the diligent student that I am, but I couldn't find it in the Oxford, the Webster, nor the Collins. But I did find it in the Hot here. The Afrikaans explained it in the dictionary, right before the word football, which means anus, and right after the word poespas, which means a strange mixture. Now, According to the Ha'atia, the word "pus" means a woman's shy heart. Think about it, people. A woman's shy heart on the street, in the counter. But let us not stop there. So when we told the then rate of the University of the Western Cape about the title of our production hall, they claim the P word. So I guess P is not for poetry. And why not use poetry? Given that I'm reclaiming it, I'm taking it back. I find it to be utterly pronounceable boost. Come on, work with me. Powerful, palistic, paragetical boost. Is this not poetically usable? Playful, pleasurable, provocative boost. Perky, proactive, receptive boost. I'm sorry, man, but don't you have a boost? And on that note, I raise my poetically created boost.
Okay, that concludes our very interesting session. We're going home. We're happy. Everything is nice. Thank you so much for such a great day, everyone. See you tomorrow. Travel safely. There's a shuttle waiting for you outside if you need one. Housekeeping. We're good for dinner. Don't worry. People who've registered for the symposium who are at the hotel. See you guys later.